And we're live, returning to Minecraft 1.20.1 on the Fabric Loader with the Spectrum mod, and featuring others, mostly for quality of life reasons. As a reminder, and I haven't done this in a while, if you scroll down the main panel where the view screen is, you'll find links to my YouTube and to my Discord, where you can additionally follow me in other venues. But for now, this is what we're here for. More fun with boxes. I am curious as to whether or not it will crash this time, or if we'll have weird issues with the feed. But if either of those come to pass, that will be my fault and my mod set. Right now, though, we've got the ingot gauge, which is a pseudo tank. I was planning to go get some lava with that, so we will get right on that immediately. Another thing on today's to-do list is to make a containment area for bees. Some operations in Spectrum require bee-related things. Okay. Bee-related things. So this deep slate amethyst is a hint that there's an amethyst geode nearby. It's provided by Spectrum, as you can see from the top center tooltip. The irritating thing is that these don't exist until you've discovered at least one amethyst geode and had amethyst in your inventory. Same with the other geode types. So what we're going to do right here is visit our lava cavern that we discovered. Throw down a bunch of tanks, and get harvesting. Huh. That's weird. So 4 buckets, 5 buckets, and then it only has a partial bucket above that. Because this is a 333 millibucket tank. So if I have this full bucket, which is 1,000 millibuckets, one bucket of lava, and I right click it here, then it puts the 333, the 1/3 of a bucket, in there. But I still have a full bucket in the bucket. So using these tanks, I can functionally duplicate lava, but only 1/3 of a bucket at a time. So, not that big a deal, honestly. Ow. I was trying very specifically not to do that, and it happened anyway. Oh well. We're just on fire now. This is our life. And just snap the fire damage away. These ones that are full, I can pick up just to get them out of the way. We're also destroying the light from all the glowing lava. But that's kind of an expected part of harvesting lava. If this were a Forge mod pack, I would have pressure pipes installed. Excellent mod. Gives liquid tanks of arbitrary size and very large bucket-like jerry cans you can carry around. It's a good mod. Very convenient for liquid management. But here on Fabric, I have pretty much nothing of the kind. Okay, lava drips indicate there's more lava above us. And I see gold. Gold isn't incredibly important like it is in some mod packs, but it's still nice to have a decent stash of. That was a spider noise. Who knows what that spider was doing? Any other fun ores immediately visible while we're down here? So far, no. But there are more dark areas I need to address. Because this is a lovely lava-filled grotto, and I would hate to have stuff sneak up behind me while I'm investigating. I think my back door is over here. No, this was explicitly not the back door. And you go around this. And this is the back way. Oh, taking out that little lava castle we had right here created some more dark areas. Can't have that. Not in my nice lava farm. So with this, we are able to fuel our smelter for a long time to come. Just a matter of getting some fluid pipes that work with it. And I think this is what I'm going to do. And with all that lava, and this lava, which can go directly to the tank. Now we'll be able to pipes, which is modern dynamics. Fluid pipes, which are as simple as copper and glass. Kind of low on my glass supply. Better fix that. What? What do you mean new recipes? Makes a machine extender. Okay. I kinda know what that is, but also kinda don't care. I can do better than that. I would much rather have the pipe on this side, so it's more out of the way. So let's rethink how these are placed. So I want a connecting pipe there. And I'm going to have to expand this floor. There's just no way around that. Yeah, this whole area here is going to have to be filled in. So the sooner I get at that, the better. You know what? This is just fine. I mean, basically. I can walk under the pipe just fine. Don't do that. Now, modern dynamics here doesn't have much in the way of documentation. So I'm going to have to assume the extractor, or the attractor, is used to pull fluids into the attached block, and by contrast, the extractor would be used to pull fluids out of a block, because it's kind of blatantly thermal expansion inspired, using even all the same graphics. So that is on what I base my presumption. The other thing I don't know is whether the attractor will work for fluids. But this will be a worthy experiment. Unfortunately, the attractor requires an ender pearl, which is no small thing. And of course, there was also the other bit on our to-do list, bees. Let's see if we can't hunt an Enderman. Full moon. I can't remember if that's good or bad for Endermen, or if it doesn't matter. I also might want a shield. I never use them. That's probably why I have so much trouble with skeletons. That is the sound of a skeleton falling into our stairwell. Where'd it go? Aha! Enderman. Why don't you come this way? That's right. Just look him in the eye to make him mad. I did not ask for the spider to join the party. Or that zombie. We killed him. I don't think he produced a pearl. You know, the one reason we picked a fight with him. Nope, no pearl. I have nearly killed myself for no benefit. That's pretty typical, honestly. We're gonna farm some vegetables. Collect some lovely gourds. And then get the heck indoors and solve our health problem. This is all, it's for a thing. Okay, chest here, a hopper on the chest, composter, and a hopper on it. Into this we place our spare wheat. That will autofill the composter, and when it's full and produces a bone meal, the bone meal will automatically be extracted into the chest. And that's just what we'll do with all of our extra seeds. Now, can I find and pick a fight with more Endermen without dying? Honestly, it's the finding them that's the hard part. This is probably the worst part of any mod. The Ender Pearl being so vastly overvalued. How many skeletons are there? Enough, you little bony rascals. Running out of nighttime, so not much chance of finding another Enderman in time. Yeah, go ahead and shoot the sheep, see if I can. I kind of want this cat. Well, while I'm in the business of cows, a second one would not go amiss. My only mistake is that I don't really have a place for them. Unless I can tie them all to this fence post. There. Temporary cow storage. I should probably get building that bee thing. So what do I want that made of? I always use a lot of glass for aesthetic reasons. So maybe this project will also involve harvesting some more sand. I've also used up all my iron, and that's kind of a mistake. Other than that, it kind of looks like cobblestone will be the material of choice, which is definitely not great. Unless I could do something with this deep slate. Bricks, tiles, polished. That's not bad, actually. So it's going to need campfires to make the bees docile. And I'm also going to need a cow enclosure. So let's get that ready too. I don't really care what the gate is made of. I guess it's farming time. I want the bee enclosure right up here. So I guess we're going to tear down a layer of dirt. Why is this cobble? Oh, because of the plants. Use the torn down layer to fill in that hole. Because that's just been an unsightly hole the whole time. Now, would this be faster with a large excavator shovel? Yes. Do I have the materials to make one? Technically, but also kind of no. I'm also clearing way more space here than I need. But that's fine. There can be plenty of surplus dirt for later. You can never quite have enough dirt. So I'm seeing in my head stairs here. And matching stairs here. Then on the right we'll have bees, and on the left we can have cows. Let's do the cows first, because that'll be easier. I also might want to make this shoveling axe into a lot of something more easily replaceable than copper, or just something with a higher durability, or just plain slime wood so it regenerates. Several possibilities. Alright, so cow pasture 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 internal spaces will be plenty. I'm not planning on a huge number of cows. And that'll be my cow lands. Right this way. In we go. And that's it. A breeding pair of cows. How about those bees? Bees require just a bit more. That's going to be a door. Then I'll need an internal room. And there'll be another door. And that will lead to the actual bee space, which will be probably also 5 across. Making this where we put the beehive. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we'll just fill this out a little bit. Unfortunately, night is falling. So let's have a nap and then continue the build. This is still pouring the bricks. Fine by me. Do I have a better material for my mattock? Well, I have gold. Gold will make casts. And with casts, now the answer right now is no. So we'll just use copper to fix this up. Have our little siesta. And get back to construction. Hello, zombie. Could you just... No. I would just appreciate it greatly if you didn't. I'm realizing I don't need this book, but I do need a stack of dirt. Now we have all our deep slate tiles, which I was always intending to be wall blocks for this little edifice here. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the outer wall. Yeah, that's about right. It's not exactly spacious, but it gets the job done. That's our 2 doorways. And the rest is all aesthetics. If I make this glass, then I can use it as a window to observe how full the hive is. We got a nice window here. I guess these 2 corner blocks can be window. Now you need to put stairs here as a little observation platform, so I can take a peek at the honey level from outside. So I guess this is not being a window. Unless I build up that corner, in which case I can make this a window, just like the other side. So now we've got the frame of the service building built up. Next step is to build up the actual bee enclosure. Which I'm going to do basically in this style. And I'm going to need more glass to finish this out. But that goes there. The beehive will go here. I'm going to need 2 doors, a bunch of slabs, and the glass supply. Some of this can be pains. We'll use panes for the service building windows, but I have to use solid blocks for the bees so their pathing doesn't get confused. We do not want bees to be having issues with pathing and location. It would also be nice to use Tinker's clear glass for this. You know, by melting sand in the foundry. But I don't really have the sand supply for that. Or the time, for that matter. Since our foundry is already quite busily producing. Now that I've gotten this far, now I really do need tiles. Or half blocks. Ordinarily I would peak this dome more, but I just don't feel like it at the moment. We still need half blocks for all the solid blocks and this roof, so things can't spawn up here and I don't need to place awkward torches everywhere. Did I count how many I made? Absolutely not. Because the answer is always more than I thought I needed. Six more. Which I don't have the polished to make. These are all tiles now. If I hit him lightly with an anvil, I can crack him. If I hit him really hard with an anvil, I can send him neck to cobbled. Or I can smelt them to crack, and then hit them with an anvil. I did make the anvil. So I'm going to play with the anvil right here. And the reason I use that half slab is so the anvil itself doesn't actually land on the ground and become a block. That way it doesn't lose durability. So we've cracked the deep slate. I'll put that back and hit it again, which turns some of it into copper. That's okay. It costs me nothing to keep doing this. And now I can finish that roof. Oh, I needed 7. Forgot I left that gap there so I could easily access it. Zombie, I did not ask for your opinion. Creeper, I definitely didn't ask for your opinion. Get off my damn roof. I just built this roof. You are not blowing it up. No. Another small mistake. Gonna need 2 more tiles here so I have somewhere to put a torch. Also, the 2 doors that I keep forgetting. Don't have any spare doors. What am I doing? There. This will finalize the place. Door here. Door here. Double chest there. Perfect. Now the only thing it needs is the actual bees. Oh, and these flowers. Just all the flowers you can stand. And a few more held onto for breeding purposes. And that's that. The last thing I need to do is actually find some bees. I can also turn this off since that's empty. Look at all those seared grapes. Those sure will be useful at some unknown point in the future. Now, where have I seen bees? Skeletons hanging out in ponds is always the problem with Plains biome. Interesting water area. It's not what I'm here for. Oh, random turtle. See more cocoa and turtles and assorted jungle, but no sign of beehives. Maybe now is the right time to collect a little bit of bamboo since I'm out in the area. Just out and about, poking around. We also need more sand. Sand will ever and always be a constant. That's a bee. What is a bee doing way the heck out here in the middle of the ocean? Hey, Mr. Bee. I see you are loaded down with pollen. Why don't you come with me, and we will get you into some more agreeable accommodations. It would be nice to have a second bee, but one bee is definitely worth bringing home. This looks like a fake tree. Spectrum trees. Yep, that wild tooltip confirms it. So those are going to look different in the future. Oh, that'll look different in the future too. But these are things that will have to happen again later. For now, I'm just bringing home this fully adult bumblebee. Which is no damn good. Because I don't have a beehive for him to home in. So let's actually keep him in the side room for now. Whoa! And why don't you hang out here for a moment? Just don't go anywhere. Hopefully he doesn't die of exhaustion or anything like that. Right, horse. We need a beehive. preferably a fully loaded beehive. There's a bee. Where there's a bee, there's a hive. Honey 0 of 5. That's terrible. Let's collect a fistful of flowers to help this poor bee along. Because without a fully loaded beehive, we can't make a bee house of our own. Hey there, Mr. Bee. Look what I've brought you. All the flowers you could ask for. And now we wait. I wish I was kidding. This hive is simply too far from home to be active while I'm not near it. Oh, another bee. Why don't you get out of that tree, come over here to this flower patch, and get to work? Well, we'll mark the location, and I kind of have to rush home for the night. But we'll get a bridge established for the direct route there. Good news is now we have 3 bees. It's just a matter of encouraging them to do work. That's a lot of zombies. Would you all just, die? There, very courteous of you. Now, back to the bees, so their work may continue. Come on, guys, get out here. Get to work. You quit escaping. Come on, bees, hurry up. The reason I'm doing this is because to make my own personal beehive requires 3 honeycomb. And the only source of honeycomb is, I guess, to crush honeycomb blocks, but that's because they're made from honeycomb. Or to use shears on a beehive, or bee nest, that has a honey level of 5. So these dumbass bees need to make use of the flowers I've given them and not run off in a weird direction like this one has. Where did you go, bee? One bee has simply gone AWOL. It is straight up missing, nowhere to be seen or found. Unless it turned around and went back to the flower patch. Well, both bees are in here, so it must have turned around and realized there were flowers right there. Also, my horse came off its lead. Well, like as not, those 2 bees have done their work for the day, and will be sleeping in their hive until tomorrow. There is nothing I can do to speed this along further. Wait. What are you doing out? Hey, guess what? There's flowers over here. If you could just finish up your work, that'd be great. And you. Oh, I'm distracted the other one. Just get back. Oh, the honey level is full as well. So that means campfire, shears. There's the honeycomb I need. And now you two, as well as Senior Horse, are coming with me. Over hill and dale, across the bridge, all the way back home. Just have to keep looking back to make sure none of the leads break. Because despite being the only way to positively ensure that an animal is continually following you, they're not terribly reliable. So our third bee is still neatly in here. This now becomes a puzzle, which we will solve by removing the horse from the equation. Mr. Horse gets tied up, and leverage some of this oak I stole to make the beehive. And that's it. Come on in, boys. Welcome to your new home. And I don't even need to do any bee breeding. Though I could. I could split that one hive into two. It'd be a little tricky. I'd have to move the bees out in the interim. But it could be done. The important thing is that we now have bees. And their importance will become clear again later. Our big to-do right now is that I'm going to want a scythe. That's broad blade, tough handle, tool binding, tough handle. Broad blade, tough handle. I don't have tool binding. There's tool binding. I've got this leftover gold too. Well, there's going to be more leftover gold after this. After the tool binding, the next big deal might be large plate, so I can get a stronger sword. Though I think it's going to be broad axe head. Because lumber axe is just not to be underestimated. And that leaves 6 nuggets worth of gold. Good stuff. Progress is being made. Now, before we get into the next step of things, I'm going to take a step away from it. I will be back very shortly. And we are right back to it. Alright, next phase is to crack open this book and look into the pigment pedestal. I guess. No, I guess not. So the next step is to craft literally anything with the pigment pedestal. Which is going to involve... I'm going to do the compacting chest. They're useful. They are useful. So that's 2 iron, 2 polished calcite, 5 of that. And in keeping with the power of experimentation, I'm going to do that here. Because I was always under the impression that, like astral sorcery that it's semi-modeled after, the pigment pedestal needs to be able to see the sky to function. So this will be the test to disprove my own presumption. Oh yeah, we need that crushed topaz. So we'll take the anvil, a bunch of these blocks, and it's nighttime. Because of course it's nighttime, why wouldn't it be nighttime? And I need a more convenient way to do anvil crushing. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This should put us right next to our staircase. There. It's a start. It's not a very good crushing area, but it'll function. So here's what we do. We throw all these blocks over there. They should land, yep, right in that pit. Place the anvil, and go get them. Is it efficient? No. Does it work? That's all I need. It only crushes 9. So we definitely need more anvil drop distance. But that's not really going to happen until we get to the nether. Still, we now have the topaz powder necessary to make the compacting chest. And it does function underground. I did not know that. That'll be important to remember. Unfortunately, it's just easier to build this above ground than it is to carve out the sheer size of room that it needs. But now we have our compacting chest, and more importantly, we performed our first craft with the pigment pedestal, thereby proving that we understand how it works. And that has unlocked more chapters. The chapter we want is this CMY upgrade. By applying one of each type of crystal shard to it, this will make a tricolor pedestal, as opposed to the single color pedestal we currently have. The problem with this is that it requires a focus structure. And yes, this best to leave a few additional blocks of space warning is poignant because it gets bigger. It does get bigger, and that's why I prefer to build this thing above ground. Because it's just huge. And I'll just stick this chest in the floor. It's a good chest. We like it. It does this. It shouldn't be doing that like that. Yeah, it just auto-blocks. Which is pretty cool. Saves a lot of time when you have large stacks of things. Like all this redstone. I really don't know why it's spreading these out in twos like that, though. That is strange and unpleasant. So where am I going to put this thing? And strangely more important than that, where am I going to put this mermaid's gem? Because there's a trick I like to do with these gems, and it's going to take more iron, so I guess we're not worrying about that just yet. I also still don't have any lapis whatsoever, which is more than a little annoying. Well, what else have we got in this book? I can make pre-enchanted tools that have very low durability. The mermaid's gem and topaz makes a silk touch pickaxe. Amethyst makes a looting sword. whatever citrine does, it's not willing to tell us yet. And there are all these redstone components, which I largely don't care about. I don't think I've ever used these. Redstone calculator does math. Redstone timer. Just timers, I suppose. We have access to a new ore, which, if I spent copper, I could find out what that was. But I suppose we'll just have to go diving and maybe find it on our own. More ore in general, it's just not a bad idea anyway. And hey, I've got more stairs. Well, that would be it. That's the new ore right there. Look at all the recipes that are popping up that I just don't have the time to read. That's what the book is for. So, that's why we couldn't see the citrine, because the citrine is used with shimmerstone, and that gives us a pickaxe with built-in fortune. Pretty nice. If only we had a way to extract that fortune enchantment to put it on whatever we want. Foreshadowing. We can also make a present. I really don't know why I'd want to do that. Shimmerstone. Typically close to sea level. Make shimmerstone blocks, which are light sources. Very bright ones at that. And they go into lamps, which are structurally important for future construction. These lights, despite the sheer expense of using that much shimmerstone, are only decorative. Glass that glows, and item frames that are invisible, and glow versions of the same. Not bad. But this is the chapter that we need to unlock for progression reasons. There's a lore page about creating life. And experiment 1, fading. This is what we did the bee construction for. We need that honey bottle to make the bottle of fading. We also need blaze powder, so the necessity that we get into the nether is upon us. With all 4 of our obsidian. Hooray. I can kind of solve that. cost a lot of our lava here. Still, lava's fairly easy to come by. We have 16 buckets of lava. To convert that all into obsidian, we're going to need 8 buckets of water. The fastest and easiest way to do that is not to keep running back and forth to the river. But to make myself a little 2x2 cistern right here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you can just see the obsidian slowly take over as the water and lava convert. Let me borrow this. Get to pouring. That's only going to be 16 blocks, but it's kind of enough, isn't it? Also, it's raining. Don't like that. Also make a bunch of bottles. They'll be necessary in due time. While it's raining, we have honey to collect. I'll just leave some bottles here. Leaving bottles all over everywhere is also going to become a pattern. We now have the honey bottle that we will need. I only have 3 spider eyes, need more of those. And basically we now have a mighty need to get into the nether, wearing iron and leather. How terrible. We also need more iron anyway. So I guess I can get drilling down while the obsidian pours. What was this way? Oh yeah, the amethyst geode. We have tons and tons of that now, so that's not a priority. Iron is the big need right now. Ooh, lapis is good too. And almost more than lapis. Whoa, hello. Well, that's an unpleasant discovery. How about in this direction? Almost more than lapis. I will need a 5x5 room just to the side of my staircase here. Also for mysterious later things. If this gets us iron, hello again. Not liking that. But I guess I'll deal with it. It's on both sides. Oh yeah. Because this is here. I should have known that. After all, I'm the fool that pushed down straight through this lava lake. You know, I could fill my lava tanks here, and that would solve some logistics problems. Namely this. It would also give me something to do while my pickaxe's slime bar regenerates. How much slime is left on that? 6? Two. Don't mind me. 2, so these 2 blocks. And now it's on its own durability bar, but I'm just not going to let that happen. So up we go. We'll just merrily refill those three empty tanks with lava from way down here. It's sitting and still pouring. Almost done, in fact. Or is it? What's... Oh, it poured all 16. But now it's glitched. That is a thing that happens with Hephaestus. So these 8 blocks of obsidian in here are not real. I don't know if they'll disappear if I add something to this, or if I have to destroy the controller and reset it. Either way is annoying. Let's presume the latter. The latter was true. In that case, we can finish the last of our gold casts. And that should complete our cast collection. Just about. And as for our obsidian, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that's more than enough. Well, let's go up to 12. Just to be interesting about it. I will need a flint. And honestly, I can grab a brick. To make flint and brick. Which is just like flint and steel, but doesn't cost iron. It's another Hephaestus thing. Speaking of Hephaestus, since I clearly have a Hephaestus chestus, why don't we move everything Hephaestus related into said chest? 1 blank sandcast, which I don't think I need anymore. All I can do is melt it down into a glass pan. So, not really a huge thing there. Now I'm also going to need a ton of cobblestone. And I'll take this spare door. Just because it's a door. A chest, a crafting table, another chest, just so it's a double. I think we're just about ready to go straight into the depths of the abyss. I shouldn't say it that way, that's something else. Ready to go to the nether. Unless I can do the fortune ability. Luck, 2 copper, a blue flower, 2 blocks of lapis. That should be doable. That is more than doable. There we go. Fortune level 1. Level 2 involves ender pearl, so that's kind of off the table. More's the pity. Now, we are ready to make nether arrangements. which are just going to be we go down a bit, decide on a location. This is fine. This is not fine. I'm not ready. There are still things that need doing. Now we're ready. And we'll see what these are for in just a moment. I think I've over-prepped. More than a little bit. So this is step one of preparing for the nether. A hole. We then place signs on the upper edge of this hole, and carpets with shift right click atop these signs. These carpets are now clearly walkable ground, but you can't tell the mobs that. They don't understand it. So any monstrous creature assumes that this is just a hole. They don't understand the carpet. Our next step is to prepare the nether portal itself, which I grabbed a little extra obsidian for to make it extra large. Now, we're going to need the cobblestone on our hotbar, because as soon as we get into the nether, the first order of business is going to be securing the portal. We've arrived in a soul sand biome, very low to the ground, with a ghast right there. That's more than a little disturbing. So the very reason that I need to race and secure the problem is floating and whining just about 30 or so blocks away. The fear is that that crying arsebag will shoot the portal and thereby disable it with fire. Weirdly, he doesn't seem to know we're here. So I will happily use his ignorance to armor up our home portal in a nice solid box. I don't hear the crying anymore, because he despawned. Let's not ask why, and just take our good fortune for what it is. Sure, I'm glad that formation of bones was right here. I've got our door. Place a few torches for light, not that it'll make a difference. We got a crafting station, a couple of chests. Also not a huge deal. But it means I can leave behind things that aren't super important, like this block of diorite. Where'd that even come from? And the soul sand we collected, because we want that to come home with us. And after leaving a landmark so we know how to get home again, it's time to get out into the wider world. And I really don't know where I plan to go from here. The map, not especially useful. Although, okay, that's glowstone. It's a weird place for glowstone. That shouldn't be visible on a ground map. We got a warped forest to the northeast across the lava, of course. One thing that's fun about nether basalt is that it can be turned into scorched stone. Okay, that's not really what I'm talking about. You can smelt it into smooth basalt, and then smelt the smooth basalt into polished basalt, and that's your spectrum material. So if I want to make spectrum builds in dark flavor to my heart's content, this is where we go. Plus, this is a magma box over here. Which I can also harvest to my heart's content. Still not sure why that skeleton hasn't noticed us yet. But whatever his brain damage is, that's fine with me. There's also the power of netherrack here. Oh, hello. Now that there's lava behind me, you decided to join the fray. Netherrack. The only block in the game where if you set it on fire, the fire will never go out. Whether this is a good or a bad thing depends on whether or not you want there to be fire. So what we need to do right now is find a nether fortress. Everything good about the nether depends on a fortress. Why am I making this staircase 3 wide? I don't know. It just seemed like the thing to do. It'd be much smarter to make it 1 wide with guardrails. Or just make it a tunnel so ghasts can't shoot me. But that is apparently not the wisdom that has possessed me today. We've got soul sand, soul soil, no ranged weapons, and there's cobalt. Cobalt is a crucial Hephaestus material for advancement, and it's not especially common. Oh, look at all the stuff that's just unlocked now that I know what nether quartz is. No. Ow. So in truth, there are a few things I'm looking for here. The nether fortress is just one of them. The other would be magma slimes, and there's also something Hephaestus related. There's a slime geode that's unique to the nether. And I need that too. There's also cobalt. And really, there's just a whole lot going on here. These guys don't really enter into it, but here we are. I'm not wearing gold, so they're going to be a problem. Those gold swords hurt. Fortunately, you have a crossbow, making you much easier to deal with. And I want this cobalt. Netherwork blocks. Can I do anything with these at all? They are compostable. And that's apparently it. They're also broken faster by hoe blocks, and I have none of those. Sorry, they're broken faster by a hoe-type tool, and I don't have one of those. Of the two nether mushroom forest biomes, I prefer warped over crimson. Crimson is full of hoglins and pigmen. Very hostile place to be. The warped one, by contrast, the pigmen tend to avoid. And we're likely to see endermen in here, if anything. There's the sound of one now. Making me feel like David Attenborough here. And here we see, in its natural hell habitat, the wild enderman. At least, once we are able to see him. For he has made noise, and I don't know where he went. Hello? These warped warp blocks are also surely just compostable and nothing else. Shroom lights. Take a sample of that. And that doesn't seem to be anything. No flurry of spectrum-based unlocks for that. Blackstone? No, just vanilla furniture and stone stair recipes. So we're just kind of stuck. The nether landscape is twisted and confusing and hostile. Filled with lava and monsters and everything else. Oh, look. one of the things I intend to kill in a hard-to-reach place. Because of course, why wouldn't it be? Oh, how do I get to you? There you go. Come back here. Stab. Finally, our first Ender Pearl. Oh yeah, I forgot we had that whole backpack thing. That will increase my longevity of being down here and harvesting things. Hello, another one. Can I just make you mad and hide under here? Where are you going? Get back here. Thank you. Ender Pearl number 2. And what can I do with those? I can make an attractor. Press U to view upgrades. Buckets for fluid transfer, cauldrons for fluid transfer, base and total. Advanced behavior with a comparator, filter slots, transfer frequency, item speed. Okay, I'll keep all that in mind. But it's not important right now. What's important right now is that we opportunistically whack more Endermen where available, and fill out our map until hopefully a nether fortress just sort of appears. Ah, that's the geode that I want. There are 2 Endermen down there. I don't really have much of a hiding place here to fight them. I want that geode, and I just don't have enough blocks to get there. It's also in the wrong biome. Oh, though. Warped stem is a wood type. How can I complain about not having any blocks when every block of warped fungus is 4 blocks of planks? Boom. This'll get to me where I want to be. We'll just build a nice and dangerous skyway all the way over to the geode in question. And I've tripped over the last biome type. I guess I didn't actually enter a Crimson Forest before. Stayed a couple of steps outside of it. And here we are, Ichor Crystal. What can we do with this? It goes into modifiers. It goes into exactly one modifier. I can make it from Ichor Crystal, but it doesn't uncraft into Ichor Crystal. And Ichor Crystal itself is much more useful. So I guess that's all the Ichor Crystal block I care to take, since it does functionally nothing. And there are no Ichor Crystal clusters to harvest. Just a bunch of calcites. Wait, wasn't that a large bud a moment ago? No, that was. So I guess we just expose more budding faces, since there's not much else I can do here. Do I hang around and wait? Because I really don't think so. I really don't think waiting for one of these buds to mature is the way to go. And our map still has nothing useful to say. Wait, there's calcite over here. That must be another one of these geodes. There's also glowstone not far from here. Somewhere. Oh. What could I do to grab that glowstone? I mean, from here, not much. Oh, from down here, plenty. Glowstone is another one of those materials that has far too many uses, which is compounded by how irritating it is to get a hold of. But here we are with a decent amount of it. These still aren't clusters. Weird place for a block of cobblestone. I'm actually fairly sure that that is not actually cobblestone, but it's another spectrum resource that we currently don't comprehend. Hello! Can I just murder you, please? Ow! The damage these guys do is intense. Yeah, let's not pick a fight with the next one. Oh, that's another Ichor geode. I can tell because of the calcite. That doesn't help, though. No, right now I'm having food and health problems. And also some returning home problems. And what is that in the distance? Is that just netherrack? The color looks off. Probably due to distance. I don't really have a way to go over there and confirm. Ooh, cobalt. Always pause for cobalt. It's good stuff and very rare. Hey, you. And also you? Yes. That's another pearl. Also 2 blocks of warp nylium, which don't really do anything for us. I mean, theoretically I could plant warped fungus on them, but why? Hello to you, good sir. Let's also make you angry and then retreat. Not another pearl. Unfortunately, I'm now out of food, so if there was ever a time to go, that time is now. I almost looked that guy in the face. We do not pick fights that we are not equipped to handle. So, how do I get to where I'm trying to be? He's holding cobblestone. I actually need to kill him for that block of cobblestone. Relax. I'm just trying to end your existence. That's what I wanted. Radiating Ender. The only reason I knew to do that is because I've done it before. There is technically a book hint about it, but I don't know if I'm even in the right part of the mod to see that hint. Oh boy. How do I go this way? Uh-oh. As if that's not the worst sound in the Nether. Well, there's home, but it's down. How did I get way up here? Oh well. There aren't many ways to fix an altitude problem. Especially not one as egregious as the one we find ourselves in. Made all the more dangerous by the current lack of food. I think at this point it's more likely that I will get found, shot, and die than that I will go home normally. Where the heck is the way out? I even built a bridge that I cannot find. Now we're back here, which I already found and rejected. Hi. Do you have any magma slime for me? Because that'd be great. No. They drop it so rarely. Ooh, careful of the magma blocks. For anyone who did not know, if you crouch while walking across magma blocks, they don't burn you. Which is just a neat little tidbit. It won't often save you, but currently the bar for knowledge that will save my life is very low. Okay, so it appears the only way to get down is to actually buckle up and dig there. And that happened. Here we are. Do I have enough health to survive that drop? I really don't think so. But we don't really have a choice at this point. That would be a no. Well, the good news is I had keep inventory on the whole time. It wouldn't exactly be a huge deal to go back and collect our stuff, considering we just dropped it on the roof of the nether base. But all the same, that's just not a bunch of nonsense I want to bother myself with. Speaking of bothersome nonsense, I need to pop back through here anyway, crack open that chest, and get the stuff we left behind. Though maybe not this. I don't see a huge need for flint and brick. But there we go. That's one nether expedition. Not exactly a great one. Mostly because we didn't quite return alive. But we returned nevertheless. Wait, I can melt soul soil into liquid soil. Okay, what can I then do with it? Make soul glass. Or pour it into things. I can also make panes of soul glass. Or pour it into things. What do I care about soul glass? It makes soul torches. Why does it make soul torches? Because it's still technically soul sand. Nothing here is useful in the slightest. But honestly, what else am I going to do with soul soil? So let's check it out at least. Also got all this blue wood. These bones that I can get bone meal out of. Didn't do very much else, but hey, bone meal. As for the power of book, I got New redstone components unlocked for having nether quartz and ender glass, which is made from the radiating ender. Ender glass is weird stuff. Without redstone, it's completely solid. With a redstone signal, it becomes transparent. And then when a redstone signal of full strength is applied, it does question mark. And it responds to the last applied signal alone, not the strongest. Whatever that means. We also have an item detector, counts the items lying on the ground within a radius. A light level detector, which is like a daylight detector, but also not quite. And a weather detector, which only sends out redstone during rain at strength 8 or a thunderstorm at strength 15. And there's the radiating ender. Now that I've collected one, every cobblestone block that Endermen place down that is not actually cobblestone will now appear as radiating. Basically, I can see radiating ender now. So that weird cobblestone block back in the nether on top of that crimson mushroom, that's going to be radiating ender now. Now we have liquid soul. We run out a couple of blocks of soul glass because, I mean, why not? It's a weird new material. I'll go ahead and check it out. That sure is weird. It's more solid than glass. I can collect it. That's a point in its favor. But it's also more opaque than glass. Basically, I don't like it because it's not fully transparent. Okay, you froze for a second there. That was interesting. Honestly, don't see a use for it. And none of the books have ever mentioned it. I guess we'll just pull some pains. Why not? I'm sure they'll look lovely in a certain context. Magma blocks, ichor crystal, all that. Keep one of these. The shroomlight and the nether wart block, I'm tempted to just... Well, I can just destroy. They're compostable. Goodbye. Glowstone dust does glowstone dust things. and also apparently makes cake if I have buckets of blood and things. Maybe I should collect some crimson roots and experiment with that. It also does a lot of other stuff that I haven't unlocked yet. So whatever. We have glowstone now. The ender pearl can finally make my attractor. With 2 iron, a redstone, and a paper. Here's a question. Why haven't I not planted any of my sugarcane yet? And I do mean any of it. But okay, we'll put the attractor on, and it works. It's pulling lava from the 3 closest, but not the 3 highest, so these tanks don't link together. Good to know. Alright, so I guess right here... There's spider noises. I need more dead spiders, so that was interesting. But I don't know where it is. Where are you, spider? Whatever. Right around here, we will make ourselves a sugarcane farm. This is also something I like to do in kind of a specific way, so I can maximize the amount of ground that is covered by sugarcane. And use kind of the least amount of water. For a nice and dense farm. I forgot my piece of blackstone. Is this an optimal farm? Probably not. But it's nice and dense, and I like it. And we'll just use this pattern to continue expanding. Because sugarcane, and therefore paper, is just one of those things that you don't need all that much of until you suddenly need it by the ton, and then just as suddenly you don't need it anymore. Similar to that, I'm going to need another cactus machine. But I don't think we have the iron for that, so that can wait. A lot of things constantly waiting on more iron. How are you doing? I bet that pain is fake. That one too. That's our anvil crushing hole. What do I do now? What I need right now is more food. And in terms of straight food value, potatoes are pretty darn good. Beetroots, not so much. Beetroot seeds, compost, and that's it. Beetroots themselves are red dye and beetroots. And there's this, which we looked at last time, which I can put in tanks, but why would I want to? And there's no indication that I can put them into bowls from here. So, why would I do that? It can also be anviled into even more red dye, or whatever this is. But basically, it's a huge waste of time and should feel bad. Looks like my charcoal supply is getting low. I'm gonna have to go out woodcutting before too much longer here. Huh. Did I not need that for the blast furnace? How do you blast furnace? Why is that smooth basalt? And why is that not shifting? Oh, double cooked stone. 'Cause, 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 I'll just use that instead. It's easier. Potatoes 8 times 3, so 3 pieces of chocolate, charcoal, whatever. I have the best words. This poison potato, well, it does... we don't know yet. So for now, it's useless. I really have to get these cocoa beans cooking. So what we're gonna do with the cocoa beans is lay down a strip of jungle log. Get a torch on top of that. And I do the same here, but that would mean things would walk up into the cow pen, so I'm doing that. And here we have our cocoa beans. How are the bees? The bees are being just fine. I think I do want to double up on bees, though. Not that I expect to need their bee products with that much demand, but more that if I forget to harvest, that it doesn't turn out to be a huge deal. So we'll just leave these things in the apium as a kind of statement of intent. What I intend to do is move that beehive to the left or right, and then place a second one next to it. Which, honestly, I could just do that now, and not move it, and then leave room for 3 that way. So we dig down, campfire, magnetize that dirt up, and second hive. Will they use both hives? I have no idea. It would probably be a good idea to build a third one and also breed those bees so there are too many bees to fit in the one beehive. And then they'll be forced to use the second one. I have baked my potatoes, which can make stew or be composted. Why would I do that? Also, why is it only rabbit stew? Why can't I stew anything? Isn't that the point of stew? Okay. So if I were to make lumber axe and or a scythe. What would I make it out of? I mean, slime steel is an obvious front runner. It's got the durability, it's got the mining speed. I don't really care about damage or harvest here. And it's got the overslime property, which I can augment with overgrowth to have a nice regenerating axe. Powerful stuff. Ambrons could be good because trees technically don't require tools. They're enhanced by tools. It's also got an okay durability, and even better speed. I've never really used this stuff before, so maybe that could be something. Nahuatl, there's no saving Nahuatl. All it's good for is the attack damage, and then it just gives you terrible durability. Pig iron, it's worse than Ambrons, so no thank you. Rose gold, absolutely awful. Unless you can sneak it in as a binding where it doesn't apply any stats, it's just useless. And then there's cobalt, which I don't have enough of. Good stuff, though. And it has lightweight, which is a built-in haste effect. How much cobalt do I have? 6. And it does nothing. At least not by itself. I'd have to block it and melt the block. And then I get 3 bonus ingots, so that's kind of the way to go, isn't it? It also melts at 950, so it's good with lava or blazing blood. Blazing blood is also a later thing. What do you mean it's boosted based on the controller type? Oh, I see. If it's in a foundry instead, then it's just the block of cobalt and also 3 ingots of iron. So why would I do that? I would much rather the 3 bonus ingots of cobalt. So we just don't foundry. But again, only 6. I need 9. Our fun with overslime is going well on our tools that have it. We have the slimy grass that can make sky slime cake. Maybe I could give that a shot. It would involve sky slime buckets. But I have buckets worth of sky slime. I can melt sky slime crystal. This is in fact why I collected the ichor crystal, because I assumed that could be melted too. Turns out, not really. Unless it just can, and it's not telling me. Nope, it can. This is ichor crystal block, unless I want to use to rebalance, and then whatever this does, then it's just useless. Completely useless. what I'm putting off, because I need to do it and I really don't want to do it, is getting back into the Nether. Because I really can't move forward until we have blazes. And that shield is looking pretty bad. So are our boots. Skeleton noises, reveal yourself. Funny how it has my death marker over here. It was clearly through that. Oh, there's the skeleton. On my roof, the little monster. So here's my bridge. It's on the west side. And we have so many skeletons. Thank you for distracting each other. That way I could take out them. That way I could take them out one at a time. We can squeak up here. Hello there. Why didn't I see this as a viable way to go? Because that's where I was stuck. Ow. How dare. There goes the shield. That's why I don't use shields very much. They tend to disappear very quickly. One thing that I'm disappointed in Hephaestus for is that it did not port over all of the Tinker's Construct weapon types. There are a few that definitely would be nice to still have, because they used to be staples in my arsenal. But they just no longer exist. I speak of the frying pan. It was a very simple, basically low-tier weapon, made of just a stick and a round plate. We even have the round plate. And it could be used as a 6-slot furnace, specifically for food. Or you could hit things with it, and it caused extra knockback and slow on impact. And on top of even that, it could be used as a shield. All in all, a pretty impressive piece of kit that the mod makers who ported it and called Hephaestus did not apparently consider necessary or useful. Shame on them. A lot of magma slimes around here. Look here, you fat cubes. If you're not willing to drop magma balls, then you're useless to me. And whether or not you choose to do that, you are hostile and therefore dangerous. Uh-oh, that's a lag spike. Come on, let me finish eating the potato. Potato. There we go. That's a rare bug. Usually it happens with client-server issues. But I am the client and also the server. So, what's the point? How could lag have happened there like that? Another ichor. We have lots of these little ichor geodes just all over. But I'm not seeing any sign of another fortress anywhere. If you don't have some power of flight, the Nether's landscape is just incredibly hostile and difficult to navigate. A place truly worthy of its reputation. And even with the ability to create freeform landmarks, it's still very easy to get lost. Death deal. You're just an annoyance I don't need to deal with. So let's do some sneaky preparation work. Do these do anything? Compost. You can melt them into mush stew. And they have other uses that are unclear. This thing makes the warp fungus on a stick, which is why I want it. Other than that, same story as everything else. Unclear. This looks like the path I used last time, complete with the whining of this guy, which I will dare to go after without a shield. If you can land every hit in succession, that is a viable tactic, but there's the big risk that if you miss even once, then you fail to stun lock. And you're back to being punched in the face. See, now I can see these. The resonant ender blocks that exist in the wild are now mine. Twisting vines can be composted. I have some weird nagging thought that it can be used as a Hephaestus string type material. But I'm not really sure. So I'm just going to grab a bunch just to have them. We are otherwise lost and confused, just randomly picking mushrooms and red roots. But I have a plan. A plan is forming. And it mostly involves the warped fungus. I also wouldn't mind making some of those weird cakes. Just to see what they do. That was close. But I'm here in a two block tall space, so he's at my mercy. And didn't drop any pearls. How am I managing to kill so many Endermen and getting so few pearls? See, I told you that block was not real cobblestone. I don't know what I hope to accomplish, especially with a freaking hoglin on the bridge. That's just a disaster waiting to happen. One of my problems here is that I'm simply too high up. I am simply too high up. I need to be down at the lava sea level to do any meaningful navigating and uncover any useful area. Because there could be nether fortresses all over here. And I wouldn't know it. I wouldn't know it because I'm too high up. Now we're back to this, which is the same problem I had when trying to return home last time. At least this time I have more food. So there's much less chance of just falling to our death because stuff is in the way. Hello there, Enderman. That's a pearl. Hey, you. And your friend behind you. Three kills, one pearl. You also chase me. Thank you for picking that up. That was annoying. 4 kills, two pearls. Could be worse. Enderman, nowhere convenient to kill him. And we're getting lost again. Pretty sure I didn't go over the way like this. I would have remembered all this fire. There, I remember this. So we came this way. Which means I went up and around over here, but how did I not notice that glowstone before? You'd think I would have seen this in one of my passes. I know I dug that quartz, that's why it's missing. And now we're way up here again. And I don't remember how to not be. I guess this must have been it. Uh-oh. The sound of arrows. Ow. Okay, so the exit was west. And that's why I kept missing it. It is, against all reason, right here. next goal is going to be to attract some of these guys and ride them across the lava. That's probably the fastest way to find a fortress. And then once we've located one, we'll be able to build a more conventional path there. And of course the additional ender pearls are always nice. About these criminals, they go into a magma bucket based desert. That's not right. There was another one. Oh, tall slimy grass is the other one. Well, that's the other thing I'm looking for that I haven't found yet. You get magma buckets from melting down magma blocks. So I can turn magma blocks directly into slime balls this way. And also melt magma cubes. Anyway, if I melt magma, I can't get slime balls out, apparently. I can get blocks out. Blazing blood onto magma cream. That doesn't help. So magma cream is gated behind blaze powder. And the only source of it is blaze rods. Oh, I can cast blaze rods. There's a rod cast. That only makes blaze rods. I had no idea. Well, that'll be useful later when I make an artificial smelter to harvest blaze blood. I say artificial smelter, but aren't they all? Alright, we're gonna try that cake. That is 3 of these, melted down and poured into buckets. An egg. 3 crimson roots. And 2 glowstone. I also need a couple fishing rods to turn into fungus on a stick. Alright, the magma is melting. I actually got bonus slime balls out of it, which I don't want. Or did I? It's all gone. Weird. Anyway, magma buckets go into magma cake. Surely this magma cake will not murder us immediately. Fire resist for 30 seconds? Not the worst of cakes. Though certainly not the best of cakes. Hi, what you doing up there? You don't belong in my house. The bees are not working because it's raining. I don't even know if it's day or night, technically. The sugarcane is beginning to sugarcane, the cocoa is cocoizing. I still need to do nether things, and I still need more iron. So we are still in the exact same place we've been this entire time. Maybe I could start with copper. We have plenty of it. So let's do that. A broad plate is 8. A large plate is 4. A hammerhead is 8. All the broad things are 8, except the plate, which is 4. The plate used to be 8, back in old Tcon. So how much do we need to make a broad axe, a hammer, and a scythe? 8, 16, and then tough handle. 24, pick head and binding. 26, 27, 30, 33. That's tough handle here and tough handle here. There's 33 so far. 41 with the large blade. 47 with the 2 tough handles. And the last tool binding is 1 more for a grand total of 48. Well, if that's not Providence speaking, I don't know what is. Even so, we probably don't want the full 48 copper. I also don't need to melt copper to do this. Some of the slime steel and slime wood is definitely going to be in use here. Unfortunately, slime steel is best as tool heads, and I don't have a whole lot of it, or at least not the vast amount that would be necessary to make proper heads out of everything. I could do a slime steel hammer. That's kind of what we need immediately. Yeah, let's start there. That's going to need 2 plates and a hammerhead. And then the tough handle will be sky root, so it regenerates. Some of these other tool parts can also be sky root. So I'm going to get a tough handle and a binding. And that big axe head can be copper. Broad axe and a pick head. I don't know why it uses the pick head for the back. Well, we don't ask these kinds of questions. And the last 4 ingots here are the second plate. And the last tool I need to concern myself with is the scythe. So we have tough rod, binding, blade. And I semi have a plan for that. First, let's assemble what we've got, so I don't mess up my own plan with my own half-baked ideas. Where are the plates? Plates are in here. Slime steel hammer for broad mining. Mostly copper broad axe with some slime steel, or with some slime wood for decent wood cutting. Now this. I'm going to make this binding out of dark thread. Oh, but that's only mobs, so that won't even help. Well, that's a shame. So what do we make it from? You know, Ambrons. Because I intend to use the scythe for leaf blocks. And, don't require tools, which is almost everything that you can use a hoe on. Because it says it's effective on those sorts of blocks. Well, let's go down to tier 2. I don't have enough iron, but I definitely want an iron part for magnetic. This isn't for meltable blocks. It's not a weapon. I don't have any of this. Slime wood we already know the value of. I don't need either of these, and I don't even have white stone. Reinforced? You know, chain binding could do some good on there. I like the thought of chain binding. And I knew vines would do some good. Anyway, wood, not great. Flint. Rock. I mean, I could just give it a rock head for now, in case it doesn't work. Copperhead 2 is not bad. Tool resists damage in some way. I think that's better than chain, because I intend to use it on leaf blocks during the day. So that's what we do. Get ourselves a vine binding. A copper broadblade. Now we use all the rest of my iron. So we're not doing that. We're grabbing the Skyroot to make 2 tough handles. And now it's Scythe time. Don't fail me. Durability, butts. But it's got Overslime, it's got Overgrowth 2, so it'll regen twice as fast, and it's got that solar-powered Vine Binding for up to 75% damage resistance. All we need to make it much better is a better blade material. Dark. Anyway, this is a little ditty for later. Now I kind of have to hang on to these for a while so their overgrowth kicks in. And how am I going to get the Striders? Well, I need more potatoes. Most of the potatoes aren't quite ready to potato. We have insufficient patat. Excuse me. You are not welcome in my garden. I thought I told you to stay out of my garden. You know, well, not until it's over slime kicks anymore. But this would be a good tool for managing our gardening. Also, how are the bees doing? And can I encourage them to get the heck out of there and give me some more bees? Bees? Bees! I'm going to take out these corner flowers. They are unnecessary. I guess I don't get any audience with my bees today. Do I have to capture more bees? Certainly hope not. There's a fire-resistant snack. It's something. It is not by any measure great, but it's something. Wait. It is something. I need to make 2 more of these immediately. This is how I'm getting over to those striders. And I can even tie one to a fence post near the base to have it at the ready. One magma cake. And 2 magma cake. The plan is coming together. I have this, so I can close the distance a little faster. My only issue is that I don't have a platform at ground level. Excuse me. You need to go away. Well, this basalt I can make myself a little pier. And on that pier, we'll put this fence. And now I just need to go get that guy. Which is going to be a bit of a mad dash. But that's what the cake is for. Nom nom nom. And I'm coming for you. You moved further away. You moved even farther away. I am running out of fire immunity, and he's escaped. Ow. 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 Hey, magma cream. About time the cubes dropped some. That damn Strider is not coming this way. I managed to get myself stranded. You! Get over here! I am holding the foods you like. No, he's gone. Well, it was a good plan. Nope, get over here. I will build out to you if I have to. Get over here. Get over here. Thank you. Now he is settled. Well, we are merrily running about on this dude. Let's just wipe out that death point. So also, I'm a little puzzled that the fungus on a stick isn't taking damage. It used to, which is why I made multiple. Oh, that's why. I right-click it. To, I guess, make it faster? I guess it did get slightly faster when I did that. Nope, gonna have to break through here. But, you know, here we go. Charging along the lava without a care in the world. And still not seeing anything useful. Even with all this space I'm covering. Our buddy boy down there is just cruising. Still no sign of a fortress. There's a pig overhead that might try to jump on us. You know, when you can travel like this, it sure gets a lot easier. Our slime steel tools are just overgrowthing like they should be. There's cobalt up there. Doesn't help me down here, though. Oh, here we go. Here we go. That's nether brick. That's what I'm looking for. unfortunately for our little friend here, there is exactly one way to get my saddle back. So, shame about that bit of business. We'll pack all that away for later. Because right now I have a fortress to reach. And this is how I'm going to do it. Is this the smart way? Absolutely not. But here we go. That did not take long. Ow. Everything in the world wants to make us regret our life choices pretty much immediately. And I'm going to burn to death. I am going to burn to death as soon as I've discovered the place. Or take an arrow to the face. Oh, is that the interior? That's not a secured blaze spawner. I hoped it was. This is an unsecured blaze spawner. That's not good. And we have a wither skeleton. I am peeking vainly about for a blaze spawner that has generated inside, no, mostly inside solid stone. So I don't have to build a cage around it to stop the inhabitants from escaping into their ability to fly. Oh dear. That's a much bigger problem than I thought it was. But the biggest problem is that there's nothing back here, so I don't care. Let's just not go this way. It is a silly place. Wild blazes. Not exactly what I'm after, but maybe I can manage it. Ow. First blaze rod. This is absolutely not ideal, but the first trip into the nether never is. Much like the problem I had with V Rising. You cannot have the tools you need to survive until after you've been there and proven that you can survive. Adequate fire resistance requires getting here, getting blaze rods to make a potion thing, the brewing stand, and then on top of that, also harvesting more blaze rods and making magma cream, and it's just a whole thing. And that gave me one blaze rod. Nasty. Maybe I should get back. Maybe I should get into the interior of the nether thing and concentrate more on nether wart, the other major ingredient in potion making. Yeah, this goes nowhere. This is completely useless. That's not dangerous or anything. Also, I'm running past a blaze spawner underneath wither skeletons that can just die on me. So I have this in front of me and fire behind. The reason I'm placing these blocks is because wither skeletons are 3 blocks tall. So much like facing endermen, if I can restrict their movement like this, it makes them easier to deal with. Hooray! 3 gold. I think the chest is more valuable than that. Uh-oh. That's a lot of nonsense. You missed me. So there's 2 blazes and multiple wither skeletons in that direction. That is a recipe for bad news. I encourage you to come this way so you're a bit more isolated. Somebody needs to come chase me, so I don't need to take this fight all the way over there. Oh, there's the other one. Who's now hiding or something? Alright, one down. No sign of the wither skeletons. There they are. We got chests around. Another wither skeleton. There's just a lot going on around here. Another saddle. Maybe I can make use of that. But the big deal here is that I'm packing the wrong weapon. I should be using one of the large cleavers. Don't need those. Because the cleavers have built-in beheading, and so I might get some wither skulls that way. Maybe. The jury's kind of out as to whether that works. Because sometimes wither skulls are heads, and sometimes they're rare drops, and it's anyone's guess as to how one mod handles it over another. Golden horse armor. I cannot imagine anything less useful, but apparently I can melt it into plenty of gold. So let's pack that away, pack those away. We've got iron, we've got gold. This bow is just going to take up space. And we have nether wart. So technically speaking, mission accomplished. In more practical terms, however, I definitely need more blaze rods to call this a success. Ooh, brown mushrooms. Golden chestplate. Also meltable into gold. Other than that, not much to be done with it. So we'll store that for later melting. I know there was a second... Oh dear. I did not know he was there. I was more focused on this. Oh, hello. Take you out. Diamond horse armor. And iron. I hope this iron armor is meltable into iron. It is, that's good. The diamond horse armor can be melted into diamond, or smashed into less diamond. What happens if I melt it into diamond? Well, 7 diamonds isn't exactly a block. But I guess if I had a gem cast... which I could make by sacrificing another quartz. Alright, useful. That's like 7 diamonds. I can get up here. This doesn't do anything. Unless it gets me here. Does this do? This does more blazes. Another exposed blazes area, and I'm back where I've been before. It's specifically this one just outside the entrance. So the blaze spawners are only generating externally, which is not good. Very much not good. I remember there being another one, but I don't remember where. Let's not deal with any of that. This is back near where I came in. So I suppose the last thing I need to do here to call this a successful trip is to target a blaze spawner as something I plan to take over. I think this one. This one should take maybe the least effort. We will mark it as our target, and now I need to get home. How I plan to do that at this point is really anyone's guess. Because we are some east. We are uncomfortably east. I think the only easy way to get back is to somehow manage to hijack another Strider. I'm not exactly Dream. I'm not going to be able to dive down onto one with a saddle in hand and double click at the speed of light. Yeah, go ahead, shoot the pit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I do not need this additional level of nonsense as I'm trying to get back. Why are they mad? What are they mad at? What's going on? I think they're mad at the ghast, which would be good for me. Oh, jeez. The other option here would be to deliberately die and just appear back home, but, well, that's not exactly cheating, it feels like cheating. Well, I don't know about deliberately dying, there's certainly enough going on here that my number is pretty much up. Oh yeah, we're gonna burn to death. There's nothing I can do about that. All that has to happen is I catch another fireball to the face. Especially since I'm running away from him. And then there's this thing. And there's that skeleton. Oh, yeah, it was a given that one of these things would take me out. So, the good news is we're back home now. With all of this delectable loot. We didn't exactly return in one piece or honestly, but what you gonna do when all of the monsters come for you? Now we can melt all this crap. And okay, that's a small problem. But it's one I plan to solve. It's one that I already have plans to solve. This bow is just garbage, but it doesn't know it yet. We can't have... Okay, we have more than a stack of soul sand. I only really need 6 of it, though. Or... no, how about some more? Netherwort does not require light or water to grow. So I'll just carve out a nice row here. And there will always be more of this when I need it. And that, I think, is going to do it for the day. We have finally, kind of, made successful strides in the Nether. I mean, painful as it was, progress is progress. Now we have all this iron and gold to get out of here, which we'll just use the ingot cast and this lever when it comes to it. But for now, that'll do it. Once again, I have a channel Discord, which you can find below the main panel, and my YouTube link is also there. All past VODs end up there. And I will see you tomorrow for more of, well, whatever this has become. Until then.